My name is Lance Bernard. I'm a planner with Hoyson and Kogler Group. I've had the pleasure of speaking to you guys it was October of 2016, so some of this might be new to you. Some of it may be old information for you, but want to continue to have the dialogue with you about parking in downtown, and we've been working with staff of just starting to try to understand how we can best kind of move forward and continue those conversations. So a little bit of this conversation tonight is a little bit of a carry forward of what we've been having with staff over the last year or two. So we want this to be a little bit more dialogue with council tonight versus me, presenting information to really understand what some of the parking issues and needs and concerns are in downtown. That information would certainly help point staff in the right direction of potentially looking at a downtown parking study, but certainly that needs your input and go ahead as well if that's something you want to choose to move forward with. So with that, I guess just want to kind of give a little bit of the background, the primer of things that we're looking at in downtown parking studies, things that we've been seeing across the metro area and similar communities like yourselves and downtowns, and hopefully use that to kind of generate some dialogue and some questions that I have for you tonight and staff has for you tonight to help continue this moving forward. So I'll pause there and see if anybody's got any questions before I get started. All right, so really the purpose, I just kind of outlined the purpose tonight is to really carry forward that discussion with you guys that we've been having in the past and with staff, but really starting to kind of understand what some of the bigger issues and concerns are in the downtown from a parking perspective. And some of the big questions that we've been trying to tackle and trying to ask ourselves, and I'm sure you guys are asking these questions as well, is really is there any parking concerns today? Are there any parking issues? And I think it's fair to say that as you start to drive around downtown during various parts of the day, you do see some peak parking demand and some choke points throughout the downtown that cause some potential parking concerns. But we want to make sure we're addressing those issues today and understanding what those issues are, but more importantly, really looking at what the future looks like. So as the downtown redevelops or intensifies, what does that really mean to the existing parking supply, and what are we going to be requiring future development to provide for parking, and really then finding that right size solution of what those future parking needs might be, because certainly as we start to talk about more parking or building a parking structure, that certainly has a cost associated to it. The more parking stalls you bring on, the more cost associated with that. So you really want to try to make sure you're finding those right size solutions and understanding what that future parking demand might be. And I'll talk a little bit more about those numbers in a moment. But then also really starting the dialogue of what does parking mean to all of downtown? How does it serve the greater good of downtown? And this really gets into the dialogue about parking districts and really how do we utilize parking not just for specific uses, but for everybody collectively. So there's certainly times of the day where one business may need more parking versus another, and finding those opportunities for shared parking throughout the area. So those are some of the things that we're starting to ask ourselves is really what is that future parking need, what are the today's needs, and then really how do we best move forward in managing parking, and what are the costs associated with bringing on more parking if needed. So for us, when we start to look at that and start to answer those questions, we're really trying to understand how much parking is associated with a particular use. So how much parking is needed for that one residential unit, or how much parking is needed for that additional 1,000 square feet of commercial or a new restaurant that comes online. And we want to then really make sure we balance that and be cognizant of the walkability of downtown. We want to make sure that we're finding the right locations for parking, that we're not jeopardizing the walkability of downtown, and making sure we maintain that downtown character. Certainly that kind of gets in the discussion then of really locating parking and where does that go. What's the appropriate walkability to a parking space to that front door? So if we're locating parking, a couple blocks away, is that serving the downtown in its best? Serving parking is serving let me back up, sorry. Parking is within close proximity where people feel comfortable walking from their car to the front door. So some of the discussions that need to get into understanding those numbers really look at those walkability goals within your downtown. So this is just kind of a quick kind of dirty graphic of showing just some of that walkability. And if you start to look at really where some of the larger parking surface lots are in downtown and applying walking radius, and typically a quarter mile or eighth mile is deemed acceptable as a walking distance, that you see that for the most part, your downtown's walkable. It's in close proximity to parking and to the uses in downtown. So just something to kind of take into consideration as we continue these conversations. Certainly as we look at what's available in downtown right now for parking, there may be limited opportunities to really expand where parking goes. We want to be able to understand where the appropriate locations are for additional parking as development comes on. As we start to look and understand at what the parking demand is for particular uses, one of the starting points that many people in this industry do is they look at those standards that are out there in the industry. So typically this goes to looking at more parking generations rates for specific land uses. And one thing that the industry standards don't really do is it really doesn't take into consideration the mixed use of a downtown. It doesn't take into consideration the shared parking opportunities that uses can have between their parking with other businesses that may see different peak parking during different times of the day. So we like to take a close look at the uses in a downtown, really understand the existing parking supply, and really come up with what's appropriate for downtowns. And I'll show you a little bit of some of those numbers here in a moment of the differences between what's required for certain uses in the downtown. Sorry. So to really understand your parking need, we like to really make this a very data-driven process, and we take a look at what's currently going on in the downtown now. So really counting the cars and understanding where they're parking and where those peak demands during the day, and understanding then where the choke points might be. So maybe there are some opportunities for utilizing some additional parking that's currently underutilized in the area to accommodate some of that future development, but really making this a data-driven process to really understand where those opportunities are. And I think, as we talk more with you tonight, really, is there any of those opportunities? Do you guys see anything like that going on in the downtown right now? And I think from what we've heard, or from what I've heard, that there is a lot of kind of choke points now, and that there isn't that much opportunity right now during some of the peak kind of evening hours in downtown. But that's the type of data that we need to collect to really understand what's going on in the downtown, because that data really helps you then inform your decisions and kind of backs up any recommendations that we might be thinking about or exploring to help address current needs in the downtown. So as we start to look at kind of those customized parking rates for specific uses, how does that really compare to what we're seeing in other areas of the region and in the metro area? And so right now, Victoria City Code requires certain amount of spaces for a particular use, two spaces per residential unit, and anywhere from a space to 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet for various retail and commercial uses. And if we look at what the city code has identified and we compare that to other areas of the metro area or other similar communities, you can see that Victoria's city code is pretty much on par with some of the commercial and office requirements in other communities or other findings that similar downtowns have seen. But where there is a slight difference is really what is being required for residential units. And currently the code says there's about two requires 2 spaces per residential unit, where when we're looking in similar downtowns, that requirement's much less, where it's anywhere from 1 to 1.5 spaces per unit. Now, every environment's different, every downtown's different. That's not necessarily saying that that's what you should do for revising your parking requirements, but it starts to give you a picture of what is being seen in other environments. So going into really understanding the utilization of parking in downtown and what some of those parking generation rates currently are in the downtown can help inform some of these decisions. Minneapolis and St. Paul, I put that on there just to kind of give you a little bit more of a precedent example, but certainly their parking requirements are much more tied to very urban, dense environments that have transit, regular bus service that allows for lower parking rates within those areas of those communities. So if we start to look at the comparison of kind of how those industry standards are used to really evaluate more standalone developments compared to parking regulations and compared to more of a district-wide parking model where parking is being utilized by all the uses in the area, you can see a dramatic difference. And this is just a precedent example to kind of show you more of that order of magnitude. And this is looking at larger developments occurring in the Prospect Park neighborhood in Minneapolis. So this is by the TCF Bank Stadium. Starts to show where it shows again that order of magnitude of if you were just to plan for parking based on industry standards, you're planning for much more parking that isn't necessarily needed. And then in this particular area, they had much stronger walkability goals and transit amenities and so forth that really reduced that demand for parking. And I think that's important to bring up because, again, to that order of magnitude for any downtown, if you're starting to talk about bringing on more parking or building that parking structure, you want to make sure you're right-sizing that so you're not overbuilding and contributing a lot of dollars to something that you may not need. So the value of going through this kind of exercise in a parking study and really looking at what's needed today and what the development potential is in downtown and comparing that to some of these parking generation numbers can really start to find those right-sized solutions for your community. In being cognizant of cost again, just to give you kind of the planning level kind of cost estimates for parking stalls, for parking structures certainly range. There's a lot of variables that need to be taken into consideration, but what we've seen is those numbers can range anywhere from $15,000 to $30,000 per stall. The lower end has been some precedent examples kind of in the St. Louis West End, St. Louis Park, where the West End development has happened, where they've integrated attached parking structures to development and have found some cost savings in that type of design. But standalone structures certainly can reach that $20,000 to $30,000 price tag. I believe the parking structure that was just put in the mill ramp in Wayzata had closer to about $20,000 per stall, to just give you a little bit more of a local precedent example. So certainly there's the cost associated to building a parking structure, but there's a lot more things that need to be considered long-term once you build that structure, is really who's going to own, operate it, maintain it over its lifespan. So there's other things that communities need to think about beyond just building a parking structure, as those additional costs that are associated with it and potentially debt service as you, in some communities, bond, to build these larger investments in their downtown. So number of things to think about, but as you look at more of a district-wide parking approach to how you manage parking in the overall downtown, starts to get at some of these items of really understanding how to best manage and maintain it over its lifetime. So I think for us, collectively and working with staff, we really want to understand kind of how to best move forward if there is a need to do a parking study, and really the things that we want to pay more close attention to and really get input from you of what you're seeing out there. What are you hearing from your businesses, from your residents in downtown, of really what we should be cognizant of. So some of the questions that we've been trying to answer ourselves but want to get feedback on are listed up here as just really those parking issues today, things that you're seeing as needs in the future. So I'll pause there and just hopefully open this up for conversation.
Thank you. Who would like to go first? Council? Any questions on? No? Please continue.
Well, sure. I mean, this is just dialogue for you guys. Is there any feedback you can give us of what you're seeing out there today? I think I'm posing the questions back to you to have the dialogue of, are you hearing that there's a parking issue? Are there things that we need to be thinking about?
So the consistent feedback that I have heard over a period of 9 years, we don't have enough parking.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Yep.
I think that's been pretty consistent, and we've taken some action, but yet we've had some nice investment in our downtown and built some momentum and critical mass, and that's drawing more. It seems like we're just a step or two behind the demand.
Mm-hmm.
And so while I think we've made some good progress, the message still really hasn't changed.
Sure. Yep.
I think we have a kind of a communication signage problem for people that come into Victoria to a restaurant or something, and they're not living in Victoria. We need better signs to tell them where the parking is, because they'll immediately get the impression there isn't any.
Mm-hmm.
Because, there's not a sign showing that lot across the street. I know there will be one. There's not good signs on the lot on Rose Street, which is a large parking lot, and so on and so forth. So part of it is, we're not doing as well with what we have. We need more parking, but we could do better with telling people where our existing parking is.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I do think we do have a parking issue. I think our options are limited as to what we can do. We only have 2, maybe 3 parcels where we can expand our parking. Looking at how, tagging on Councilmember Boats, more communication, more joint efforts with our business community to make sure that our employees in our downtown aren't taking up prime spots, filling up, kind of the outlying areas, those types of things.
Sure. Yep.
So we passed, or not we, but previous council passed the shared parking ordinance roughly 10 years ago. And unless I'm mistaken, I think it's $5,000 per shared parking space that businesses contribute to a shared parking fund. Can you help me understand how that $5,000 compares to the costs that you had in here, where you had cost per stall is anywhere from $15,000 to $30,000? Am I comparing apples and oranges here?
I think it might be an apples to oranges comparison. So I'm not as familiar with you've got that $5,000 parking fund that traditionally, when those funds are set up, they go into a pool that help offset the costs to pay off your parking structure that consists of a bigger kind of formula of how that gets funded, whether it's through different funding mechanisms. But fund would help offset some of those costs and help maintain it.
So this $15,000 to $30,000 is the right way to interpret that? Is that the cost to build a parking structure?
Correct. Yep. Okay. That's the typical cost that we're seeing.
I think our ordinance, the 5,000, refers to a parking spot on the ground.
Yep. Yep.
So,
And I think from the shared parking standpoint, I think what, this is my own personal perception, is there's probably starting to be limited opportunities in downtown to enter into those agreements. But I think that's where we'd want to get that better understanding through a parking study, is really, are there any more opportunities in the community that you could find those shared parking opportunities? But your input just a minute ago, and from what we've heard, is that there is a parking shortage. So really, are those opportunities maybe pretty limited?
Well, I'd like to follow up on that. And I think the public needs to understand a little bit of the history here. I was talking with Kelly Grinnell before, our finance director. When that shared parking ordinance was passed roughly 10 years ago, the idea, at least as I understand it, was to put money aside to be able to build parking. And Kelly, correct me if I'm wrong, for those that can't see, Kelly's in the back of the room. Today, there is $0 in the shared parking fund. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's no money in the shared parking fund. We've had that for nearly 10 years. It wasn't just a few months ago where Mary Mavison came in and this council approved her restaurant. And if I recall correctly, she stated that there's a number of times where she came in and she was finding many parking stalls available. And then finally, if you go back a little bit further, when the previous council approved Victoria Flats, they cut down the number of parking spots required from, I think it was 2.0. If I remember right, I think the number was cut down to 1.2 for the residential units in that building. So as I look at this, I hear some people saying we have a parking issue, and then I hear others saying we don't have a parking issue. The shared parking fund was supposed to pay for that. And then in previous conversations I've had with Ann Manicky, the city now is paying for all of the maintenance of these shared parking, the city-owned lots. We're paying for all the snow removal that goes with that, and yet the taxpayers are paying for that. And when I start thinking of these shared parking spots and then consider like Excelsior and Wayzata, both of those cities, we're trying to get more information, but both of those cities charge their downtown property owners and the businesses that take advantage of that shared parking and don't contribute to any of the maintenance, long-term costs. They charge them annual fees so that the homeowners aren't paying for all of that. Mm-hmm. So when I look at this, I hear arguments that we do have a parking problem. I hear others that say, oh, there was plenty of parking. This could be just a function of time or which is probably part of the argument. So I don't know if we really know. But what is clear is there's been no money set aside in 10 years. The amount of this parking structure, I've heard various estimates. I would tend to think that traditionally we've underestimated or cost to the city. And so when I hear about the parking garage, this thing could end up costing $5 or $6 million. And I'm not sure that the taxpayers of Victoria are going to want to go ahead and fork over that money when they find out that this fund that's supposed to be available to help offset these costs, there's nothing in it. And so I'd like to kind of get your thoughts on what you see on these other shared parking ordinances and in other cities where the businesses and the downtown property owners that benefit from that and haven't really paid into it, whether or not there shouldn't be some cost sharing there.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
please.
Well, I think, the first step that we've learned is really first getting to understand, is there an issue? And it really gets back to this data-driven process of going out there and collecting good data, doing utilization counts to really understand how much parking, is there a parking issue or is there not an issue, and what is the supply there? And so getting to that number really helps us then look at the appropriate models. So are there just more kind of low-cost, kind of high-benefit solutions at, finding opportunities for additional surface lots? Or if it is to that level of magnitude of understanding the bigger parking structure, is then really getting to the detail about the financing behind it and really what does this mean to the city and taxpayers. So the various district-wide models that are out there start to look at those various fees. You mentioned a couple of them yourself of just paying into these pots to pay for them. So I think most commonly what we see is a lot of them are being driven by TIF funds or bonding funds. In a smaller downtown like this, there may not necessarily be that revenue from, say, a shared parking agreement that really brings in enough revenue to offset some of those bigger costs. Certainly, larger kind of urban downtown developments, they rely on charging for parking, and I think that's a topic that certainly needs to be discussed. But my gut says that that's something that you probably wouldn't want to be exploring, is charging parking to go into that parking structure. But again, that's up for still a lot more conversation down the road. So the various district models that are out there look at these various enterprise funds, development authorities, improvement districts, but a lot of them are really driven back more to that public-private partnership and really finding the opportunities with a private developer to partner with them on building a development that has some excess parking supply that could be used throughout the entire district. So I was going to leave this as a leave behind, but I can pass it out. But it does show a table of various kind of precedent examples across the nation of various kind of communities that have implemented these various parking districts. So hopefully this provides you a little bit more background information on those to get a little bit more in detail of your question.
Do we only have copies? Do we have only these copies?
I've got more copies.
Yeah, if you could get some to Doug, please.
Sure.
Can we get this put up on the screen? Do we have this?
I do not have that available on the screen. So I will say, if anybody in the audience wants to look for this, if you go to Metro Transit's website, we helped them put together a district-wide parking study that used these as some precedent examples. So that study's online that you can easily find by looking up the Tower Side Parking District Framework.
All right. Can you, for members of the community that want to see this, can you get a link, information, get that to Doug so we can put it on the city website?
Absolutely. Yep.
All right.
So the kind of short end of your question is that there's just so many different kind of variables when getting into these bigger discussions about how to finance these parking structures. But in general, what we've seen is locally a lot of it's being driven by public-private partnerships and through bonding and TIF districts.
So is the work that Hoisington Kogler would do, does it include, is it more heavy on the what and, the if and the what questions, or do you also delve deeply and make recommendations on the financing aspects as well?
Both ends, yep. And so the slide here on the screen really starts to lay out a scope of work that we've started to talk a little bit with staff about, is really focusing kind of more on that first phase of really doing the data collection and really understanding what's going on out in the field today, and then comparing that with some redevelopment assumptions. So what's kind of our best gut of how the downtown might redevelop or intensify over time, and what does that mean from a parking perspective? I think once you have those kind of quantified numbers, then you can really start to get into the bigger discussions, and kind of a second phase of the study is, how do we best move forward with this data? Is the data telling us we just need some additional surface parking, or are we really starting to go down the path of planning for a parking structure? And then that's where we can get into a little bit more of the nitty-gritty details of understanding costs and the financing behind that.
Can you also speak a little bit about the number, the 15 to 30,000 per stall? What's in that number? Does that include land acquisition?
It covers
abatement?
pretty much a lot of your pure construction dollars and some construction administration dollars behind that, and some engineering and some contingencies behind that as well. That range, again, really depends on where you're building that structure, and is it part of another development. So lots of variables to consider when looking at that number, but it does not include right-of-way acquisition.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And that 15 to 30,000, is that strictly a deck, like a two-story deck, or we're talking multi-story?
That's multi-story. So I think as you get higher, so that, again, that 15 to 30,000 is going to really depend quite a bit on how you're designing that deck and the architectural features you want to put behind that parking structure. Is there more kind of facades to it that are more aesthetically pleasing? Certainly drives up the cost a little bit. number of things to think about. And I think, too, when thinking about parking structures now, what a lot of people are starting to ask the question is really how do you retrofit those parking structures to become something else in the future? So say 20, 30 years down the road, what if you don't need that much parking anymore? How could you retrofit a floor for housing? So it's really designing these decks now that are much more level versus all these kind of steep grades and ramps to them. So there's a lot new industry practices that are starting to look at that. So you can retrofit them down the road.
But you just said the land acquisition wasn't in the cost.
Correct.
So, well, 15,000 then would be 20, 25 if you're putting.
30 or 40.
One of the things I noticed from this chart is every city listed is a large city. So
Yep.
I can't see this relating to us because their needs are so huge compared to anything we'd be looking at.
Yep. No, and absolutely. I think you're spot on. I mean, the case studies that came out of this study are much more larger urban environments. But the intent of this is to really kind of give you an overview of the various funding mechanisms that are out there and the various approaches that communities have taken. So it's just meant to be a little bit more of an educational piece to just kind of show what's out there of how people approach building structures, whether it's TIF or setting aside some type of fee in lieu to help support the construction of that. And then the $15,000 to $30,000, again, this is really a planning level number. This is a number that we've seen widely across the board from every community. So again, every community is unique. Every environment's different of how you're designing and building that, and lots of things that you need to take in consideration. But again, that 15 to 30,000 is really supposed to just kind of give you a little bit of that order of magnitude of numbers that start to get kicked around when you start to have these conversations.
So I think we have a lot of questions here that are at this point still unanswered.
Yep.
I'm not sure if the residents, I've talked with residents that don't want to put a parking garage downtown. Clearly, business owners do. The downtown property owners are probably the primary beneficiaries of this. I'm not sure if the public would want their taxes to go up. We don't know what this would cost. There's land acquisition if they're talking about potentially behind Vic's bar in Victoria House. I've heard various numbers. I tend to believe that it'd be $5 or $6 million. I'm not particularly a fan of TIF unless we can demonstrate clearly and without any question to the residents as to why a TIF would be to their benefit. And this is so much money, and I don't want to get into a debt discussion because this workshop's on parking, but I think the city has too much debt. I really don't want to borrow any money. When you look back to the shared parking, there's no money in it. I think with the Main Street building, when that was approved, there was $110,000 in parking fees that were waived for Hartman communities. There was another $75,000 in parking fees that were part of the shared parking ordinance that were reallocated by Hartman's communities to build the plaza just on the other side here. That cost for the plaza was underestimated, and the city ended up having to spend another $100,000 to finish the plaza. So, and I look at this, and when the taxpayers are paying for all of the snow removal, all of the maintenance, we had this shared parking ordinance, and no money's been put into it in 10 years. I just think that we need to come up with some sort of a fee structure where those downtown property owners participate in contributing to that fund. And I would prefer not borrowing money until we've got some money there. That makes it more cost effective, especially given the fact that we're going to be talking later in tonight's meeting about Steiger Lake and using the TIF money for the out of the Victoria Flats project. I just don't want to. I'm hesitant to take on any more debt,
Right.
And I think we need to find revenue sources to build up that shared parking fund. And I think we also need to revisit that ordinance to find out whether or not it's appropriate. I do recall one meeting last year where a member of the Victoria Business Association came in And the shared parking ordinance basically says if a business needs to build 10 spots, the shared parking ordinance says I think they only have to build 50% of it, if I understand it right. And this member from the VBA suggested we get rid of that. I also think that we have to, we haven't touched it for 10 years, at least as far as I know. If the fee for parking is $5,000 for a surface lot, I wonder whether or not that's the appropriate fee or it should be raised. So I think there's a lot of other things that we can do before we go and commit or dive deep into building a parking garage. And I think there's a lot of questions that the residents are going to want to have answered in terms of cost, how it's going to be financed, and whether or not they even want it before we go down that park. So there's, I just think there's a lot of open questions that need to be answered.
Yep. No, I agree with those statements, and I think what we would recommend, and I don't want to lead us into the path of assuming that that parking structure is needed, where it really kind of gets back to looking at the first kind of phase of doing a study and really starting to understand what the needs are and what the issues are, and you know, what is the data going to tell us? I don't know, but that's again getting out there. Yep.
I know Councilmember Strugo wants to make some comments. Confirm for me, I thought there was a parking study done in 2008 or something. Is that, do you know?
I'll have to lean to Kara.
Kelly and, was there?
Yeah,
Kara?
there was one done, 2008 sounds about right.
I mean, based on your experience, that's clearly, 10 years ago. Is that applicable? Is that?
I would say it's out of date because a lot has changed when you really think about, Victoria Flats coming online and other things going on that, 10 years is fairly out of date for a parking
It was
study.
before the grocery store too, before that project.
Okay, so if that's the case, are you suggesting we do another study to get some more data, right? And if so, what's the typical cost for a study like that?
Yeah, so the scope that we've started to work with staff on is about $10,000, $12,000 for a full kind of update of that study. But the first phase being somewhere around a $5,000 fee to really just do a lot of data collection and understand what that's telling us. So our recommendation is to at least take that first step in that first phase of understanding what's going on today.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Strugo?
I was going to ask if you were advocating that we do a study, because that was kind of sounded like where that was going. And then I was curious, the $5 to $6 million number. I'm interested to learn more about that. It's a number I've never heard before, and it's probably double what kind of numbers have been discussed. So I was just curious what additional information you might be able to share.
That's a valid question, and I don't know how accurate that is, right? That, to me, would include the acquisition if, in fact, it were to occur with the property owner behind VIX, the one building there, along with building the parking garage and everything with that. And I don't know, and that's part of the problem. I don't know how accurate that number is. And so I'm somewhat concerned that if we start going down that path without knowing what that is with any sort of certainty, so it may come in at $4 million, right? I just don't know, but I'm worried it's going to be higher.
All are wrong, so let's not throw out any numbers until we have data. I believe the gentleman is recommending that we do this from a data-driven process perspective. Let's go gather the facts. The facts are our friends, and if it's 5, it'll be 5. If it's 4, 3, whatever, gather the facts and we can decide on that. Let's not throw numbers out that we agree that we have no idea.
Also, I think, and again, I'm kind of looking for nods or whether this is information we need to go gather, is that my understanding is that somewhere in the early 2000s, when the downtown street reconstruction and utility reconstruction was done, that there was a fair amount of property that was purchased or taken, whatever, from the existing building owners, and I know there are more buildings today than there were then, and they were assessed a parking fee at that time, and so, and then I also think about the density of the tax base of downtown and ask if they're not getting parking and maintenance, et cetera, what is the purpose of the magnitude of the tax bills they pay. Again, thinking about, we're going kind of zero lot line, and there's not a lot of street, there's not a lot of other maintenance and repair that the city does, given the density of it. So I think those property owners pay a pretty good chunk of taxes today, and part of the answer may be allocating them into the specific space that they occupy. I also think that, if we look at, kind of the intensification, I think was the word that you used, we already have a building in the grocery store that will probably remain empty if the feedback from potential investors and potential occupants is correct, because largely lack of parking, and made mention of the restaurant and others that are likely going to bring more business in, and the businesses that are already here have made an investment in being in the downtown area, and certainly they want to grow their business. So we want to draw more customers. We want them to be successful. That improves property values and quality of life for people in Victoria who would like to have goods and services close by. So I think the idea of, the question mark, is there an issue? We listen to the people who are the experts who are here every day, and they tell us yes. And looking at the success we've had, I think the answer is it's going to continue or even increase. So we absolutely want to do this data-driven, but I don't, I think the question more is what and how much and how rather than if. So that's my 2 cents.
Sure.
I'd like to get something confirmed. Kara, Kelly, Ann, I don't know if you guys know or members of the council know. I was told that at one point the grocery store owner sold part of his parking lot to Hartman's Community when Hartman Communities built the second half of the Clock Tower building. And that was a choice that owner made to give up their parking. And I was told they sold that part of the parking lot for $100,000. Is there a way that we can confirm whether that's accurate or not? Are you guys familiar with that when that happened?
Vaguely rings a bell. I'd have to go back and look, but I don't know whether we would have any information about a transaction between two private land.
So that didn't have to go through the city to get approval for the second clock
I
tower
believe
building?
there was a subdivision, probably, combining and subdivision of the land, so we could go back and look and see what records we have related to that.
I don't think part of the parking lot was sold per se. I think the spaces in front of the building might be the ones that were, if there was something like that happening, it was the spaces directly in front of the
The parking spaces?
clock. Yeah,
Right.
We can
we're not
pick up the
talking
phone and
about-
call one of the two owners and find out pretty quick.
Yeah, can we see if we can track that down?
Certainly.
All right. Yeah, so there's a lot of unknowns. Doug, since this is a workshop, and I don't want to speak for the council, but if the council were to authorize this study, would we need to put that onto the agenda for tonight and approve it to vote on it? Or can we authorize that out of a workshop?
I think you ought to put it on the agenda.
All right.
Can we?
Mr. Mayor, question I would have to Lance is, Lance, when should we do a study? We want to do it in the summertime when there's higher traffic, or?
Sure. Yeah, and we've chatted a little bit and started brainstorming about when the good time would be out there to start collecting data. And I think one of the things that has popped up is knowing that the Victoria Flats is about 50% occupied. So maybe this is something that needs to start a little bit more in the summer months when those vacancy rates are higher, and you're in the summer months and you see higher peak demand with people wanting to be outside. Certainly not in this weather. So
So it doesn't hurt us to wait a little bit?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Staff would probably want an opportunity to do a final review of a scope of work from the consultant, then we could bring it forward to a future council meeting if that's something that at least there's head nods that we should
Right.
pursue.
All right. I think council, are
Okay,
we?
fine with me.
I think without the study, our comments are almost useless, because we talk about needing a ramp. We really don't know that we need a ramp. And if we need some kind of structure, we talk about behind the Victoria House. There's all kinds of other places that structure could go. Mm-hmm. There's just so much that needs to be, so many facts that need to be studied here. including this ratio of parking.
Yep. Yep.
So,
And,
Counsel-
I-
oh,
and
I'm sorry, go
furthermore,
ahead.
just to comment on some of the mayor's comments, I think our debt load right now is reasonable. Standard & Poor's thinks it's reasonable. So I don't, we're capable of taking on some debt. We've kept our tax rate flat or lowered it for the past 5 years. So financially, the city is pretty strong. But, the mayor's comment, we don't need to dive into something very expensive and put the burden on the taxpayers. There's got to be some solutions here. That's why I'm a little bit dismayed at this, because it's all large cities. And if we're going to have a model, we need a model of a city that's 10 to 20,000 people.
Without mass transit.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
and to your comment, Tom, and again, sort of making sure we clarify the record. When the Main Street building was built, TIF was available and it was utilized, and the parking fees related to the businesses that would go in there were absolutely not waived. What was done instead was the building owner, all of the TIF money comes to the city for the purposes of creating parking. So it wasn't waived. The city became the beneficiary of the TIF money. So, and that's also true of the Victoria Flats, in which case we did do a public-private partnership, and we took a city parking lot that had 39 public spaces, and I think we turned it into 56 or 58, at no cost to the taxpayers. And so, and then also arrange that in a way that the TIF funds are available to pay for, obviously, future parking. So I think there are some opportunities, and we've done it pretty much as a pay-as-you-go, so that there isn't a big, grenade waiting to go off.
Yep. And if I can just add, I think just to reassure the council, if we are asked to move forward with this, we definitely want to be looking at precedent examples in similar sized communities. I've been part of a number of studies throughout Minnesota, Wilmer, Prior Lake, Stillwater. So, we've got good examples out there that we can look to versus some of these national examples I've put in front of you tonight.
Mr. Mayor, so what I'm hearing you want to come back with is simply the data gathering, a contract for that, and then we'll go from there once we get that data to see if we get into more in the second phase.
Yep.
And just to confirm, the data gathering has no preconceived idea as to what a solution is. We're not trying to justify a
Right.
parking ramp. I don't want to build a parking ramp. I don't think we need one. I think the solution is, I think there is a solution out there, and we just need to demonstrate, I am of a mindset that we will never solve a parking problem. If you solve it, it's a misuse of funds. We're trying to minimize the problem. And I think there are solutions out there that can do so with much less money than spending on a ramp.
Yep. And if I can comment on that real quickly is, our approach isn't to go in here with a preconceived notion that you need one thing versus another. We really want to look at all the insides and outs, and maybe there are some of those lower cost, high benefit solutions. It might just be some signage. It might just be reorganizing what you currently have. But until we have data to tell us where to go, that's why we would encourage and recommend kind of going with that first step of, to your point, collect the data and see what it tells us.
All right, I think I heard a consensus on the council then to wait until we've got Victoria Flats closer to full occupancy in maybe sometime early summer. Staff will let us know when they want to do that, and then you can bring a proposal back for parking study. Council, did I summarize that?
I
Fair
would
enough?
say that's pretty good.
I think so, yeah. Work with the city engineer and Public Works to detail out the scope of work for that study. And
Okay. Yep. Great.
Okay, council, final comments? Doug, Kara, anything? All right, we'll wrap up the workshop. We'll we'll take a short recess of about 10 minutes, and then we'll start the council meeting.
Thank you.
how's everything?
Yeah? Well is the answer, or well, okay? Yeah, good.
Just so you know.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Still play old man hockey. Well, you can't do anything else.
My feet aren't even cold.
I had to like the airplane, I used to have blankets. Blankets.
Yeah, normally I'd be freezing. Prepared. The weather, indoor weather.
My kids play.
The worst though is them when the AC kicks in, they're still cold. I don't like how I sweat the entire year.
Oh.
Oh, and
It was always amazing. Those kids are really healthy.
yeah, and then it's like blowing cold air on us. I guess my home office gets it.
More votes to do have this assessment. Tonight, so that'll be nice.
Good.
Because they're all they're doing is
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the April 9th, 2018 meeting of the Victoria City Council. First order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, first item, adopt the agenda. Council, any changes? Doug, any changes?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
Yep, go ahead.
with respect to item 6C, under new business, the anti-bullying policy, I have some concerns over statements that were printed in the Victoria Gazette, and I had planned to speak to those concerns during item 6C. However, under the circumstances and out of respect for Ms. Orson and her family, I make a motion that we postpone the discussion for item 6C until the first meeting of May, which would be May 14th.
To provide context, I don't know if we can discuss this publicly.
I don't know what you're talking about, I'm sorry. Yeah, Mayor, Council, Doug has just informed me, yeah, I'd probably refrain from getting into details, but maybe the council knows, the other council member knows that the situation is, okay, they don't. I would still, personal situation and
it's
you know, so, yeah.
right. I don't want to get into her personal business, but she was in an accident, and so I would like to ask the council that we delay this, but it's up to the council.
I guess I'm not sure. I appreciate the sensitivity, and I hope Sue and her family are okay. I'm not sure I understand the relevance of that to a city HR policy, though.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone it. I'll second that motion. Any further discussion?
What will, again, trying not to cross any lines here, what is the purpose of the postponement? What will be accomplished? And I'm just trying to make sure
Again, I was just trying to be respectful to Ms. Orson and her family
Because of what?
because of concerns that I have of items that were printed in the Gazette, and I would like to speak to those items.
Is it possible to keep the conversation on this going and then have your comments addressed at a time that you feel is more
Well,
appropriate?
if we're going to adopt a bullying policy, it's relevant.
So I guess we just need, we've got a valid motion that's been seconded to delay item 6C until 1 May. All in favor?
14 May.
Oh, I'm sorry, until 14 May. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes. It will be delayed. Item 6C will be delayed until the 14 May meeting. Cindy, Councilmember Striegel, Councilmember Gregory, and myself voted for the delay. The other two council members voted not to. So, any other adjustments to the agenda? If not, I move we adopt the amended agenda. Is there a second? Go ahead.
Didn't we want to add something from the previous conversation to the agenda tonight? No, we did not for the study? I'm sorry.
We have time to do that later.
Thank you. Thank you.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Not a problem. I move we adopt the amended agenda. Is there a second?
Second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? That motion passes. The agenda is, the amended agenda is adopted. Open forum. I have two slips here in front of me. First one, Ken Goulart. Ken, if you would please name and address for the record.
Good evening, Council. Ken Goulart, 7970 Acorn Circle. I want to address the ongoing efforts of the city to pay the personal legal fees of council members Crowley and Striegel. Whether you agree or disagree with the payments of the fees, I think all taxpayers should be stunned by what's happening right now. In the last city council meeting, interim city manager Doug Reeder, supported by city attorney Vos, proceeded to disenfranchise the voters of our city by declaring that the mayor's vote to halt the payment of Mr. Crowley's and Mr. Striegel's personal attorney's fees null and void. Attorney Vos, you've provided a legal opinion that Mayor Funk has a conflict with respect to whether the city should pay Councilmember Crowley and Striegel's legal fees. You've affirmed your position based on interpretations of case law and Attorney General responses that you contend support your conclusion that it's up to the City Council to decide. I really wonder if that position would hold up to legal scrutiny of a court. I really question why, is that why City Council members Crowley, Striegel, and Vogt are so aggressively opposing the seeking of a declaratory judgment on the issue? Is it to avoid the scrutiny on that question? I further question, Mr. Vos, your failure to find that council members Crowley and Striegel have a direct financial interest in voting that the mayor has a conflict. It's really unbelievable. Simple application of the same law that you are using to support your analysis that the mayor has a conflict clearly supports a legal conclusion that council members Crowley and Striegel have an absolute financial conflict when they're voting to disavow the mayor's vote. Simply the vote by Crowley, Striegel, and Vogt declaring that Mayor Funk has a conflict appears to be nothing more than a fraud perpetuated against the residents of our city that you're willingly supporting. Mr. Vos, you are not the community's judge and jury. You're a paid servant that has been allowed by these same individuals to operate without a written contract. Mr. Reeder, it is likewise disconcerting that you have chosen to support the disenfranchisement of the voters by declaring that you're willing to ignore the legal vote of the non-conflicted members and proceed to use our tax money to pay these legal bills. You are choosing to hide behind what appears to be an open and obvious fraud, in my opinion. You hide behind legal opinions penned by Mr. Vos that the public has never seen because council members Vogt, Crowley, and Striegel are refusing to release them to the public. To be clear, sir, it is not a defense to claim innocence when you choose to ignore the obvious. As city manager, I urge you to uphold your ethical obligation and oath as a city manager and protect our tax dollars. Finally, Kelly, I urge you not to follow in the footsteps of Mr. Reeder. Mr. Reeder and council members Crowley, Striegel, and Vogt need you to sign checks to pay their personal legal bills. We know that council members vote, Crowley and Striegel gave you a 6-month severance package. But understand, it doesn't make it ethically or legally right. Don't take the bait and participate in the disenfranchisement of the residents. Don't sign the checks unless directed to by a court of law. Our city government has been hijacked, and we as residents are unable to do anything to stop it. All of the safeguards that we are afforded by the law have been compromised, corrupted, or ignored. It is unconscionable for each of you to hide in the shadows that you cast. Do not be emboldened by each other to think that you will not eventually be held accountable for your actions. Thank you.
Paul Herpela. Paul, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Paul Hepperla. Address is 1340 Narcissus Curve in Victoria. And I wanted to speak on the declaratory judgment. And I think in an effort to move beyond the political wrangling that's going on here, the mayor has rightly suggested to seek a declaratory judgment, which would remove the politics from this body and once and for all resolve these issues. That was suggested well over a year ago, but here we are still today. I'd encourage the council members to re-examine their beliefs on whether a declaratory judgment should be sought. Part of that reason is that it doesn't make any logical sense to continue the back and forth on a one-to-one back and forth with this. Secondly, around the disclosure of or any potential conflict of interest, it's very clear in Minnesota statutes as well as the case law that Attorney Vos provided that the official's financial interest or those of an associated business are what's relevant. Mayor Funk has no financial interest in the outcome of that decision, nor any associated business with that. So I would encourage this body to re-examine what they believe is a conflict of interest, as well as look at the declaratory judgment as a way to put all of this beyond us by a third-party, neutral observer who can make the decisions, rather than leaving it to the city officials, as well as this body, to make a political decision. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else? Seeing none. Consent agenda. Council, Doug, members of the public, anybody can pull anything off the consent agenda for any reason. At this point, would anybody like to see anything removed from the consent agenda? One more time. Seeing none, I move we adopt the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? That is unanimously adopted. The next item, we have tonight a public hearing on Steiger Lake. Kara, would you do the honors, please?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a number of slides to present to the City Council prior to holding the public hearing. I'll review a little bit of history, provide some background information, and outline the next steps for this process. So the Steiger Lake Lane Improvement Project started quite some time ago now, with the City Council authorizing preliminary design of completing what at the time we were referring to was Phase 3 of downtown improvements, reconstruction of substandard streets, looking at creating essentially a consistent look for the remaining part of Steiger Lake Lane. So reconstructing Steiger Lake Lane to be consistent with what the rest of the streets in downtown have been rebuilt to, with parking, sidewalks, streetscape features, lighting, everything essentially that you see in the existing part of downtown. The proposed project would provide also additional parking, which had been noted to also provide additional capacity should the city at some point move forward with implementation of a central parking solution. Preliminary design work's been completed, final design work's been completed, a feasibility study's been completed, but at the City Council meeting where we last discussed this project, we did talk about some phasing opportunities. So this drawing here is the same drawing you've seen since preliminary design was completed that outlined what the original scope of the project was, which included reconstruction from City Hall, where we're located here, all the way out to Highway 5 with the additional of 68 parking stalls along the south side of the road. The north side of the road certainly could have parking added to it at a future date, as such time as the properties along the north side were to redevelop. But what we talked about at the first council meeting, I guess it would have been in March, was some options for potentially phasing the improvements. So when we talked about the project last time and presented costs for the project, we were looking at about a $2.5 million project in order to do the entire project from one end to the other. And about $1.2 million worth of TIF would be needed in order to fund the parking and the streetscape features. Some of the feedback that we had heard from property owners was, downtown business owners and property owners, was concerned that we were using all of the available TIF money from the Victoria Flats project for this Steiger Lake Lane improvement project based on this original scope, which would have left no TIF funds to be available to pursue any sort of parking projects in the central area where people think the demand is greatest. So city staff presented a couple of phasing options to the city council. Where we landed tonight is what we're recommending to the city council is that we only move forward with a part of the proposed project. So in the plan set that was included in the with the packet, it is stage 2 of that plan set. It would have been convenient had they named it stage 1, but of course they didn't, so you just keep confusing ourselves. But anyway, so what had happened is we had gone to the consultant and said if we wanted to break this project in half or reduce the scope, where would be the appropriate stopping point based on the road conditions? And they recommended the location shown here, which is just past the westerly entrance to Enki. And the reason for that is there's a high point in the road, so it would be difficult to, as an example, stop the improvements by the entrance to the public works site because we're in the middle of a downslope where the water needs to drain down to the wetland on the east end of the site. So the stopping point was really driven by the engineering of the roadway. So this reduced scope adds 25 parking stalls, but includes the full streetscape package. If the council recalls, at the last meeting we had talked about another option for phasing being building the road and parking improvements, but leaving off all the streetscape package. But for the recommended scope tonight, we're doing everything you see here for stage 2 from the plan set.
Can you help remind me, this part behind us as we sit, is that going to be part of this project or is that separate? This whole thing with the one-way?
The one-way is, in fact, incorporated in there. I'm glad you noted that because I didn't include a slide on that. I'm assuming we're moving forward with the conversion of that to a permanent one-way with parallel parking stalls. That is included in the plan set as it sits today and in these costs.
Okay, so this stage 2 actually includes everything
Yeah.
behind us then?
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
On that point, have we agreed then that that space sort of immediately across the street from the Victoria House and Vic's will not have any parking, that it will be a loading zone, I guess, essentially for deliveries to the businesses?
So what we presented when we authorized final design is that this portion in front of the Victoria House will for now remain two-way parking or two-way traffic with no parking as it was before we implemented the temporary one-way. The permanent one-way would be located between this portion of Steiger Lake Lane and Victoria Drive up to Randy's Way. And the parking would be parallel, not angle parking. So it won't be, you won't have that problem where you have cars sticking out.
Do we have a
from the
slide? Do we have a slide that shows that?
I don't, but I certainly, once I get through my presentation, I can go to the construction plans and pull that up.
So we move the one-way one block further west, as well as two-way traffic, no parking on either side of Steiger Lake Lane until west of Randy's Way.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And what we had talked about at the end of preliminary design, Ben had provided you with some concepts for constructing a plaza through this area, but it wouldn't make sense to pursue that until this work was complete because you really need the two-way traffic while this road is closed over here to facilitate movement through the downtown. And that would be something you'd have to, come up with a financing plan if that was something that the city was interested in doing down the road.
far as the closure, will it be full closure for the period of construction, or will there one lane?
It'll be closed to through traffic. The contractor would be required to maintain traffic locally. So both this parcel here, let me zoom out for you. These parcels, their only access is through this phase of construction, so the contractor would need to maintain access to the residents who live here and then the business owners who access this location.
Okay, thank you.
So with stage 2, the estimated project cost for that reduced scope of work is $1.26 million. You can see the breakdown of what the various elements are included to total up to that project amount. The parking, whoops, I should not, I'm double numbering here, sorry. This is really the number that you're most interested in. I just want to check my math here quickly. So this 253 is included in the 642, so disregard that 253. But 642,000 would be going towards parking and streetscaping under this revised scope. So of the $1.2 million worth of TIF that are available, we'd be using 642,000 of it for parking and streetscaping. The remaining TIF then would be available if the city wished to pursue something in the central parking area.
Well, the total cost, half is covered by TIF.
Yes.
And Kelly, is there any reason why we can't use all the TIF for this project? I'm sorry.
Councilmember Gregory, no, there's no reason.
Okay.
So the practical effect, too, of phasing the projects reduces the parcels that would be included in a final assessment for the project. So we would only be proposing to assess the properties that abut the improvement for stage 2. So the Narkey property would be looking at only receiving half the assessment from what they'd been notified of for the public improvement hearing. So if the city council were to move forward with only stage 2, this would be the anticipated assessment roll that would be considered should the council move forward with holding a final assessment hearing on May 14th. I'll walk through that a little bit more in detail. In terms of the where we are in the process, so we did actually authorize this project back in May 22nd of 2017. We are here on April 9th. What you're doing tonight is conducting a public improvement hearing, which I'll talk about in a minute. And then we're also asking the City Council to order the improvements for the project, approve plans and specs, and call for a final assessment hearing and advertise for bids. If the council elects to move forward, we would hold the final assessment hearing on May 14th. And then we would be accepting bids and awarding a contract either on May 14th or May 29th. Right now we have the bid opening scheduled for May 10th, which is a really close turnaround. That would be the Thursday before that council meeting on the 14th. So staff would be receiving those bids, and if the bids are favorable, we'd turn it around on the 14th. But if we have questions about the bids or have a low bidder that we don't have familiarity with, we might want some time to check references before we would bring that forward to the City Council for approval. If approved, then construction would start in mid-June. Our consultant thinks that it would probably be, for the reduced stage 2 improvements, about a 10 to 12 week project. So generally, we'd be looking at the months of June, July, August, into September for project completion. So action items for consideration by the City Council tonight would be to hold the public improvement hearing. That's the property owners who are affected by both stage 1 and stage 2 of the project were notified of the hearing. It would be their opportunity to speak to the council about whether or not the council should move forward with the project. After you hold that public hearing, there are 2 resolutions for consideration by the council tonight. The first one is a resolution ordering the improvements of Stage 2, is the way it's written in your packet, approving plans and specs and ordering advertisement for bids. Under the Minnesota State Statute 429, ordering the improvement does require a 4/5 vote of the council to move forward. So that would need 4 votes in favor. And then the next resolution would be considering approval of a resolution calling for a final assessment hearing to be held on May 14th. As drafted, that final assessment hearing resolution anticipates only moving forward with Stage 2 of the project. So if you wanted to move forward with the entire project, we would need to modify that resolution to reflect Stage 1 and Stage 2. Options for council consideration after the public improvement hearing would be to not proceed with the project, proceed with Stage 2 only, which is what the staff recommendation is in the resolutions that are in front of you. Certainly you could decide to go back and proceed with Stage 1 and 2, or you could direct staff to proceed with some modifications as determined by the city council. I will note that this schedule is getting quite tight, so we are starting to run the risk of losing the construction season. So if we were to not make a decision tonight, we'd be, starting to push the limits on getting that work completed yet this year, depending on how long we sought to delay things. With that, I'm going to look at the city manager to see if he has any comments that he would like to add.
Mr. Mayor, no, you did an outstanding job as always.
All right, thank you, Kara. Councilmember Gregory, would you like to?
Yes, I'd like to begin the discussion with making a motion to amend the staff report under financial impact. I would like it to make a motion that reads as follows. The project is to be financed through bonds, repaid through a combination of property assessments and available TIF from Victoria Flats apartment complex.
I'll second that motion. Discussion?
Yeah, and the reason I make that motion is there's really nothing magical about TIF money. People look at it as something special. It's money. It's money that the city receives in taxes, just the same as when you pay your property taxes, the city gets a portion of those property taxes. TIF is really no different. There's nothing magical about it. We are getting $1.2 million of TIF funds from the Victoria Flats project, and those TIF funds are to be directed to public improvements on adjacent property. This project is going to cost $1.2 million. There really is no real logical sense to split up this TIF money. If we do split up this TIF money, we will be forced to spend it on another property within 3 years. So if we don't spend all of it on this, we will be forced to spend it someplace possibly where we really don't want to spend it. So I would, if there's adjacent property that this council wants to purchase or build a parking ramp, it should stand on its own on a straight up and down vote. Total transparency. Once we start shifting some of this money around, it really becomes a shell game and we lose transparency. So let's not lose that transparency. Let's fund this project with the $1.2 million in TIF, which is what that money was designated for. This project is considered a staff recommendation to move forward with. We need to build this project to provide parking in order to someday maybe make the parking for the downtown core a little bit closer, but this is a necessary project before we can even consider any other projects. So
Mr. Mayor,
We have a motion and a,
can you repeat that motion? I'm not sure.
oh, certainly.
Got it.
The project is to be financed through bonds, repaid through a combination of property assessments and available TIF funds from the Victoria Flats apartment complex.
Thank you.
And Mayor, council member, I can't think of any legal objection to that. That's fine for the council to give that direction to the staff. I guess I just wonder about the technique or the mechanism that you're using. I thought I heard you say that you wanted to make a motion to amend the engineer's staff report.
Correct.
And so if you want to give direction to the staff, if the project goes forward, to use that source of funding, I think you could do that. I'm not sure why you would do that as an amendment, though, to the staff report.
Well,
It's in here in the staff report where she's going to,
and I just figured that this is going to be part of the motion itself. When we look at financing, the way this staff report is written, it gives our finance director complete authority to divvy up the funds how the finance director so chooses.
Yeah, and Mayor and Council, I don't want to make a big thing out of a little thing, but
Okay.
this to me is a little bit like making a motion to amend the minutes after the fact. It seems to me that the staff reports that you get, whether it's the engineer, the lawyer, the manager, it is what it is. That's the report of the staff at the time of the meeting. You then have the power to overrule the staff and make a motion to do something different than what the staff has proposed. I don't know that you would amend the report to do that. I think you would just say.
just make the straight motion.
That part of the report, I make a motion to do it this way.
Got it.
So I should amend my.
Well, again, I don't want to make a big deal out of it. I think I get the point of your motion is
Okay.
to give direction to the staff to pay for this project if it moves forward the way you've
Okay.
indicated, and that's fine. I wouldn't literally amend the report to do that.
Okay, I'll adjust my amendment. I make a motion that this project be financed 100% through a combination of property assessments available and available TIF funds from the Victoria Flats. Is there a second?
I will second that motion. Discussion?
So I think, recognizing the existing property owners, business operators in the core of downtown, expressing some concern with potential traffic created by the Victoria Flats project. I think exhausting all of the TIF funds somewhere that won't relieve that for them would be, I think it's a little disrespectful to that. I also think, given the workshop that we had prior to this meeting, it's premature to make some decisions that would tie the hands of future work. So I think the staff report recommendation as it stands is more appropriate in my mind.
I don't think if we limit the financing per the motion, we tie our hands at all. I think quite the opposite is true, that if we split the TIF now, we're in essence committing to do something else with that TIF. But let me clarify something. Should this go forward and split the TIF, and those TIF funds, roughly $600,000, are not used, what happens? Do they go back into the general fund, if you will, just as regular tax revenues would?
So one thing that we talked about internally among staff was if you didn't come up with anything that you wanted to do with the central parking project, you could then revisit the phase 1 project, the stage 1 of this project. If you were in a situation where you needed to spend those funds, you still could complete that project, I think. But I'm going to stop talking and look at the person who actually knows more about this stuff.
That was one of the options we discussed as part of this. The other thing we talked about is if we're going to proceed with this and we wanted to have funding available for a parcel purchase for parking, we would include that as part of the bonds. So in the event we decided not to go forward with that, the money would go back into the debt service fund and it just wouldn't be spent.
Got it. Well, I think we should keep, if we've got 1.2 million, it avoids having to borrow more money. It doesn't stop us in the future if there's some parking decision that's done on a straight up and down vote where we couldn't issue capital improvement or other type of bonds to fund it, because even 600,000 is not going to be enough. So I don't know why we just don't allocate it now, be done with that, when we have the parking study and we've had a chance and the public's had a chance to look at what is the long-term vision, what is the strategy, and the public's had an opportunity to weigh in on that. Then at that time, we can figure out the appropriate mechanism. We don't lose anything, and I'm concerned that if we allocate that money now, well, then we're just borrowing other money to finish off this part of Steiger Lake, and then we've got this TIF money earmarked for, like what you said, land acquisition. And I'm not sure we even want to go there. There's going to be some, I'm sure, discussion not only with the public and business owners, but amongst the council members as to whether or not we need to do that. So to me, it seems to make sense. Let's just use the TIF, the assessment money, anything that's left. We could sit and hold for future discussion, but we don't know what we're going to do yet. And if, in fact, something does come up, we always have the ability, if we need to borrow.
So I guess I'm confused. Last time we discussed this, I've tried to be very clear that I didn't think this was a standalone project, that if it was, this is the wrong project to pursue. What has been very clear is a need to improve parking in the central core, and this starts to move it down the periphery. And so if we're going to treat this as a standalone project and not address where the issue lies, then I think this is the wrong project to pursue, and it's a waste of money.
Councilmember Vogt?
Kelly, I was a little bit confused by the flexibility of the TIF. So if we went with stage 2 and held half the TIF back and couldn't figure out what to do with it after 3 years, could we do the other half of Steger at that point and utilize that TIF?
I believe we could, but I would want to verify that with our bond counsel. Another option would be to simply apply it to these expenses, the stage
Right,
1.
so in other words, the city's getting the benefit either way. So we're ultimately not losing our flexibility to take advantage of 1.2 million in TIF, no matter which way we go.
That's correct, and I'd like to make just one clarifying point with the total estimated project costs are $1.262 million. The water and sewer portion of that, we would not be bonding for. We'd be paying for those out of our existing utility funds. So the most we could recoup from TIF on stage 2 is $1.15 million. So just wanted to clarify that.
Can I come back? I'd like to clarify what I said before. We seem to be confusing or mixing two different topics together in this discussion. One is, how are we going to finance this? And the other is what I raised, are we going to address it in the central core as two different projects? And I don't see the financing driving the discussion on the other, unless, is there an issue if we use TIF on all this, we cannot do the other? Or are we still, do we have an ability to pursue something in the core?
Councilmember Crowley, I think the intent of splitting it in half was that it would give some comfort to people concerned about parking, that we did have some money set aside and that there would hopefully be some action taken on the parking. If the council is still committed to that, the council could definitely make a statement to that they're committed to seeking some parking solution in the core. Whether you do that through keeping half the TIF back or using all of it on stage 2 would be a council decision.
So again, financing is mutually exclusive as a topic. My interest is providing a resolution or solving a minimizing a parking challenge. And as long as I understand that this council has an objective of going forward to provide a solution in the central core, then how you finance this is really the best recommendation of the finance team, and you advise this is the best approach. Whether we we tell you to split this, you're the expert, you tell us what works best for the city and what minimizes our costs. If it's in our best interest to split it, I want to know that from you. If it's indifferent, I want to know that from you.
It sounds like you're saying it's one reason why we may split it might just be a psychological comfort to business owners. From a financial standpoint, 1.2 million is 1.2 million. We still have to bond for it.
I guess I'm asking to hear from Kelly. I understand your position, Mr. Gregory. I'm trying to understand from the expert from a finance standpoint.
And
can I finish, please? What's the split here? We've got two different decisions, two different discussions going on, and I'm trying to pull them apart so that we can make a sane decision on both of them. In terms of my position, whether we use TIF 100% for this or we split it, again, my personal objective is to provide a resolution to the overall parking problem, and if we're not going to address it in the core, we're wasting our money. That's my opinion.
Councilmember Gregory, your response?
I was just responding to what Ms. Grinnell had already said. It would provide some comfort to the downtown business owners that we have some money set aside. Whether, again, this project is going to cost 1.2. There's nothing magical about using TIF funds to do that as opposed to just general funds to bond for. I just don't see the financial advantage. And if you have an expertise or an opinion on that, what is the financial advantage to bonding general bonds as opposed to TIF bonds?
Councilmember Gregory, the interest rates would be the same on both bonds because they're both going to be ultimately general obligation backed. So there wouldn't be any change in that. As far as what would be cleaner and easier, it would be to just use as much of the available TIF on stage 2.
But let's not overlook kind of the mechanics of how this works. So the TIF money, 1.2 million, comes in over a period of 20 or 25 years.
25 years.
And the bond will be taken regardless of whether we use TIF money or we paid for it out of general fund and didn't touch the TIF. So the TIF money, as it comes in, is applied to the debt service of the bond, correct? So we could get 50% of the way through the bond before we even had to make that decision, except for we have the 3-year rule, right? Because if we don't, if we get 3 years down the road and there's no other project that the money can be applied towards, then we just apply it to the debt service as Councilmember Gregory is suggesting. But there's no need to make that decision here tonight is what I think I'm understanding.
No, you would not have to make it tonight. We would just ultimately have more or less in TIF qualifying costs for reimbursement. But the 1.2 million stays the same no matter what.
Now, is this the city's portion?
25%, yes.
No, I mean the cost of this project, the 1.262.
It's total project cost,
And how much of that then is assessed?
118,500 is
And
the
then-
assessment revenue.
Okay, and then we take out the other, how much for the pay for out of core funds?
The 53.9 out of sanitary sewer core funds and 58.5 out of water core funds.
So the city's portion of this is essentially about $1 million, roughly.
Yeah.
Just
$1,031,500 if I can run my spreadsheet correctly, which clearly I can't do my PowerPoint correctly today. So.
It's all right. So I guess I see no value in limiting your options. And again, I think I agree with Councilmember Crowley that the intelligent thing to do is to leave that to the finance director and maybe the finance committee if that's part, but the expertise, where the expertise lies.
The based on the council's workshop we had before this council meeting, where there was consensus to go ahead and get a parking study done in the summer that will help guide what are we going to do in the downtown core, what are the options, what are the costs. It will answer a lot of questions that we just simply don't have the data on now. It seems to me it's better to just, we have these known costs, we do it once, we get it done. It sounds like, if I'm running these numbers right, Kelly, that if we use the TIF, dedicated the entire amount to this stage 2, there's going to be some amount left over. I wouldn't be opposed to taking anything in excess and setting it aside or earmarking it for the downtown core. But I don't want to put a lot of money to the side when we don't even know what it is that we're going to do, right? Is there multiple fees if we were to do half now and half later, or you're kind of suggesting do it all now and just set money aside? What I mean specifically on that question was, if we do the full TIF amount now, you take $600,000 for sake of argument, you apply it to this, you take the other $600,000, you put it in an account earmarked for downtown core. There's only one set of fees. We wouldn't be doing 2 sets of fees if we did that.
Well, it would depend on how we wanted to structure the bonds, because typically you want to have at least $1 million for a bond issue because of the associated fees of issuing bonds.
Okay.
So one of the things we had talked about was including $600,000 in the bond amount for a future land acquisition or parking.
So
Depending upon how we want to approach that, we could also pair that $600,000 with a future bond issue, because we typically do issue bonds every year. So that would be another option for financing it.
all right, thank you. That answered the question. So, Councilmember Gregory, you made the motion. I'd like to amend that motion to say that we use the TIF and the assessment. Any additional funds not used up as far as stage 2 would be earmarked for something towards the downtown core, pending further council review and approval.
I'll second for the point of discussion. So are we looking at setting aside approximately $150,000? Is that what?
It would be about $200,000 because we'd be
200, okay.
factoring in the assessments that would be paid by property
Okay.
owners as well.
Okay, that answers that.
Okay, so Cindy, did you get that amendment?
I'm kind of confused as to what the motion
So
is for.
the motion,
The new motion,
Yeah, I mean, normally, Mayor, where the maker of the motion and the seconder have agreed to a different motion, I think you've just made a different motion.
okay, perfect. So the motion is to use, motion is to fund stage 2 with TIF and the assessment costs. Any excess funds not utilized will be earmarked towards downtown core.
Are you then suggesting we not take money out of the utility core funds to pay for the water and sewer?
No, in accordance with what Kelly said, I think those funds are still used for those 2 items on the spreadsheet. So we're not paying those out of the TIF. You said, Kelly, the sanitary sewer costs and the water main costs come out of different funds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm not suggesting that those come out of TIF or the assessment fees.
I'm confused on the motion. Stage 2 is half, which, as proposed, is half the TIF,
And we've modified that to include the whole TIF.
the whole TIF.
Right. So we have a motion to include the full TIF and the assessment costs. I think, Cindy, we've got those details.
Been seconded.
So at this point, if there's not further comments, let's vote on that. Any further comments?
I see a question.
I'm just, like, is this, you're doing this before the public hearing, or is this something that's different from what you're going to do?
Yeah, no, so Mayor, it's a good point to clean up what's going on. So this motion, as I understand it, presupposes that the resolution ordering the project, which is before you, is going to pass. That resolution cannot be adopted until after you hold a public hearing. So the motion you have in front of you now presupposes something is going to happen. I take it if that something doesn't happen, if you hold a public hearing and you don't move forward with the project, this motion, however it comes out, is going to be irrelevant. It presumes that the.
Correct.
project is-
So,
Do we have an ability to change this financing down the road if we determine there's a better approach? And at what point can we do that? I mean, my concern,
Mr. Mayor, I think you can do that until we come before you to sell the bonds.
yeah.
Well,
my-
unless we make this motion, right?
Right. Well,
The way the staff recommendation is, we have the flexibility to do whatever mix of funds we want.
that's
Correct.
correct.
And that comes back, Kelly, that comes back to the city council for approval, right, at some point?
Yes, there will be 2 resolutions that come before the council. The first is to authorize starting the process for doing the bonds, and then the second one is to actually approve the bond sale. So at the meeting where the council would actually be authorizing let's start the process for the bonds, we could finalize a decision on how much TIF to use at that point as well.
My preference is to leave it as is, from a staff recommendation standpoint.
Let me ask, City Attorney, is it, I guess, more appropriate to stage these to do the other pieces of this subject tonight, and then if that motion is still desired, revisit it after we've kind of gone through the other steps and seen whether we get approval or not?
Well, so Mayor and Council, you cannot act on the resolution that's in the packet, resolution ordering the project until you hold the public hearing. You may hear from some folks, and you may make up your minds differently than as you sit here now after you hear from folks. You have to hold the hearing first. You then act on the resolution. That requires a 4/5 vote to pass. So if it's a political question. I don't know. I don't know what is required to win 4 out of 5 votes or 5 out of 5 votes. So that's not a legal question. That's a political question for you. And you could do what is proposed, which is pass a motion now that dictates how the funding is going to happen, assuming the resolution passes. There's nothing legally problematic with doing that. It's not the normal course, but you can do that.
And if the project doesn't go forward, then the motion that you pass now doesn't.
becomes
mean anything.
irrelevant.
Moot. Oh, okay.
All right, so council, any further questions?
I have a further question.
Go ahead.
Kelly, the 1.2 million that we're talking about here for TIF, is that the total cost, including financing, or is that the upfront cash available for the project?
The 1.2 million that is listed as available TIF is based on the projections of TIF that's going to be received over the 25-year period for that.
Okay, so it's a
District.
total stream with debt servicing in it.
The debt servicing isn't part of that. This is simply a matter of
So this is the one.
25%
this is the
of the increment.
beneficial funds that the city will have to work with.
Income side of that.
Income side.
Yes.
Why do I get the feeling this is somebody trying to ramrod this through and tie our hands? And not
Well,
give us the flexibility to look
and-
at something down the road?
Okay, thank you.
It doesn't, yeah.
But again, this is all about transparency. This is, let's spend the money now. This is a project that cost X amount of dollars. We know what we have for TIF. There's nothing down the road where we're going to tie our hands. The place where we're going to tie our hands is if we split this money and then we have $600,000 sitting out there, and then we're fixed. And then we have to say, well, if we don't spend this money now, we're going to lose it. Therefore, we have to start property acquisition. And that property acquisition is what we're talking about here. And that needs to be done on a very transparent up or down vote.
I thought we just.
What's not transparent? I don't understand. What part are you losing visibility of? If we leave it open for the city, the finance director, to find the most efficient use of the monies?
I thought we were going to maintain flexibility. If we went with stage 2, use half the TIF, we would not lose the flexibility of the other half if we couldn't come to a usage agreement.
Right.
I thought I
My
heard that
understanding as
distinctly,
well.
that we have total flexibility here. It is not that we will be stuck.
Or forced to
Did I
purchase
miss-
something we didn't.
What don't
want
I
to.
understand?
Yeah.
We're not stuck, no matter which way we go here. Is that true, Kelly?
If we set aside $600,000 in TIF for a potential acquisition, and then ultimately decided we did not want to go that route. That 600,000, we could apply 400,000 of it to the stage one, since we'd only be using 600,000 of the potential 1 million available, and then we'd have 200,000 for another project, which would have to meet the TIF requirements for a public improvement within a certain distance of the original TIF district.
Doug Kelly, which portion of what we're discussing here requires the 4/5 vote?
That's
It's,
a Kara question.
No, just nothing. You need that to order the project that you're going to assess.
it's the first resolution in your packet. So the resolution ordering the improvement, it's this resolution.
So, Kelly, I've got one question.
Can I finish, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And so, Doug, the question I have is, I'm trying to make sure that our hands aren't tied to consider another parking improvement for the central core. That all along, I guess my understanding was that we were looking at both of them. It does not make sense to do one standalone. And as long as I understand that from staff perspective, that we have the flexibility to pursue that, and that doesn't require a 4/5 vote down the road, then fine, I don't care. So does it require a 4/5 vote down the road? If we
No.
use all the TIF now?
The only thing that requires a 4/5 vote, is my understanding, is when you're going to assess. And I don't think there's been discussion of assessing anybody for
Okay.
the downtown property.
I don't care.
But neither do you have to make the decision on financing tonight. I mean, that might be something you might want Kelly to come back with a comparison of how we would finance this thing at your next meeting. The only thing we're trying to do tonight is order the project, advertise for bids, which will come in and we'll deal with in May as to the assessment here.
I've got one final question for Kelly. If we split the TIF, does the city have to borrow an additional 600,000? If we earmark 600,000 for the downtown core, how does the other 600,000 get paid then?
Well, ultimately, we'd have to borrow for it in any case, because we don't have the money on hand, because TIF isn't coming in, so we'd be borrowing in either situation.
So, but if we split it, we're borrowing 1.2 for the TIF and another 600,000, so we're borrowing 1.8 instead of 1.2. Is it?
We wouldn't have to do that. We could borrow the 600,000 at a later date. That's where I talked about the costs of bond issuing, and it doesn't make sense to bond for less than $1 million. So
But we don't have to pull the full million at the beginning?
we wouldn't have to pull the additional 600,000 at the beginning.
Okay, thank you. Final comments? We have a valid motion on the table. All in favor of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Which motion are we talking about?
The motion on the table is to direct city finance director to use the proceeds of the TIF and the assessment to pay for the project. Any extra will be earmarked for the downtown core.
Extra meaning 200,000, 150, 200,000.
In that neighborhood, right. Whatever is in excess of the TIF and the assessment amount after the project for stage 2 is paid. We have a valid motion. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Hey,
The motion carried. Councilmember Corley, you did vote aye, correct?
I did, but it requires a 4/5 vote.
Not that,
Not
no.
that
Nope,
vote.
it doesn't. The motion passes. Councilmember Crowley, Councilmember Gregory, and Mayor Funk in favor. Councilmember Striegel and Councilmember vote against. All right, the next step in the process, Kara?
Next, you would want to hold the public hearing.
Okay, the proper process for this is I open up the public hearing at this point, correct? At this point, and this is specifically to the assessment fees, correct?
Attorney Vos, do you want to speak to what the public improvement hearing is?
Sure. Mayor and council, cities do this in two different ways. The vast majority of cities do it the way you do it, and that is you hold two public hearings. The first public hearing, the hearing you're having tonight, you hold prior to the council making the final formal decision on whether to do what is called ordering the project. ordering the project is the you've really made the decision. All of your preliminary discussions about this project have not bound the city to moving forward, and really you're not bound to move forward, but you're more bound, let's put it that way, to move forward if you order the project after the hearing. So hearing tonight is on whether or not the city should order this project to move forward as it's proposed, as I understand it, stage 2, which is really stage 1. That's what we're talking about. And then a second hearing would be held down the road. I think it's
May 14th.
May 14th.
14th. That would be the night at which the folks, the residents that would be impacted by assessments would know for sure the proposed assessment amounts and have the right to come and speak to those proposed assessment amounts. Now, the reality is that people may want to speak to the proposed or the understood assessment amount tonight, and typically cities allow that. Typically, cities don't say you can only talk about whether or not to do the project. You can't talk about your assessment amount. Typically, you would allow that, but theoretically, you could say tonight is only to hear about whether the city should move forward with the project. There's another hearing on the proposed assessments.
All right, thank you. At this point, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Is there anybody who would like to address the council? Please step up to the mic. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Mike Knote. I live at 415 Lakeview Terrace Boulevard in Waconia. I'm the property owner of the smallest parcel that's to be assessed or proposed assessment for the improvement. I guess I understand the situation for the parking, but I really question if it makes sense to put people so far away from the downtown area. The idea being you'll be 250 to 300 yards away from the activity of the downtown area. It just doesn't seem very practical to me to do that. And as was just pointed out by the attorney, this isn't probably the proper forum to talk about the assessment or how you gauge the assessment to the property owner. But I don't need any additional parking at my property. I provided 2.7 parking stalls for each unit that I built. I'm very much unlike the property across the street with the parking capacity that was allowed in there. I think the aesthetics of the street are going to be very attractive, but the condition and the quality of the street right now is undeniable. It's in excellent condition. I mean, you want to see a bad city street, go up Commercial Avenue, up on top of the hill. I think that what's almost happening here is that you're trying to put a Band-Aid on what the parking issue is going to be, because it hasn't quite happened yet. I think a year from now, when these apartments are completely full and all the activity of the extra vehicles that are going to be involved in this project across the street, they're going to be known at that point. And it's going to be like, uh-oh, now we've really, got a can of worms on our hands with the parking issue. So the idea to try to string that parking out down Steiger Lake Lane, I just don't think it makes much sense. And I will take up my assessment qualification at the next hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Okay, please.
Dave Beneke, 7985 Narcissus Court.
I'm sorry, can you, in
Dave
the microphone?
Beneke, 7985 Narcissus Court. I'm one of the guys who puts on the car show. And so I've seen a parking problem in this town for years. And this horse left the stable 10, 15, 20 years ago. This is spending $1.2 million for 25 parking spots is an absolute waste of time and money. I don't like, as a resident, of having to purchase another piece of property to add parking, but it's what needs to be done. So I would rather see the city look into what it's going to take, whether it's purchasing the Gannon project property or going to Kelly Green and getting some closer parking. But this 25 spots for $1.2 million is a waste of taxpayer money, a waste of TIF money, all of it, because it's not going to get you anything. It's not going to get, are you going to make sure that all the people who work at City Hall, the library, are using that parking spots? so the quality parking spots are used for the people downtown, we're going to possibly adding another restaurant. I mean, I'm sorry, there's a huge problem with parking. Putting on the car show, people like to park behind the Victoria House if they're going to the Victoria House. And finding places for people to park during the car show has been a problem. But there has been nights when I would find somebody a spot right next to the post office to go walk to the Victoria House for dinner, and they look at you like, I need to walk? You know, it's a block. You know, in Minneapolis, you'd be happy to walk 6 blocks to get to your restaurant. Downtown, that's not the way it is in Victoria. So as for someone who's dealt with this parking and has seen it for years, when we eliminated the parking across the Victoria House and changed all that was absolutely ridiculous. And that was 3-4 mayors ago. And we changed the whole scope of downtown and eliminated all the street parking. Well, we need to get it back. We started giving people building permits to do building and have no parking whatsoever. But again, that horse has left the stable. Now it's up to you people to figure out what we do for the people downtown and keep this city viable. I mean, I've seen this city come alive, and it's not because of the car show. I like to think that it is. But it's you know, we've seen a lot of good things, and I don't want to see money wasted to go all the way halfway down for spots that nobody's going to use. Because it's, I've done the car show, and I've seen employees parked outside their owner's restaurant and just have, you know, not even be respectful for that, just parking right outside. They're not going to walk. We've been fortunate enough, Jeff Hartman lets us use his parking lot, and we've given, you know, told businesses you can have your employees park there, it's a block away, that they still will park, you know, right where their businesses are. So you have a problem, fix it, but this is not the answer for 1.2 million, I'm sorry. And plus, it's going to screw up the car show this year.
If you don't object, I'd like to get your thoughts on just 2 quick points. One of the things in the discussions when the council was discussing this to begin with is, one, it connects the central core with the east side of the city, puts sidewalks in that don't exist and make it easier for pedestrian traffic. And secondly, if a project were to ever be done in the future related to the downtown core, we need some overflow parking for it. So that was one of the other concepts why the Steiger Lake came about. Would you provide your thoughts on those 2 points? I don't want to catch you off guard, but
well, a little bit. You know, if there's no businesses down there to connect right now, you know, and someday that might happen. But you know, there are possible other parking options before we would do that close to downtown that we could use. Whether it's leasing someone's spot, I know there's, you know, I'd rather see it spend $1.2 million and tear down the grocery store and put up parking there, because that seems to be a waste of space right now. You know, there are other options if you just kind of look at a map and look around, that you could either lease parking spaces temporarily for a year or 2 and then put the money to downtown. You know, granted, you know, whether you purchase Gannon's building or not, there's only 41 spots behind the Victoria House. We're not adding a ton of parking, but at least it puts the parking where the parking is needed.
Got it. Sorry. Nope, thank
Does that
you.
answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot,
No,
but I
it's
wanted
fine.
to get your
Definitely.
input. Anybody else? Okay, not seeing anybody else, I move that we close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The public hearing is now closed. Kara, the next step in the process?
So unless the council has any additional questions for staff, now the next step would be for the council to consider approving the resolution, which is in your packet. It would be the first resolution ordering the improvements of stage 2 of the construction plans, approving plans and specifications, and ordering advertisement for bids for the Steiger Lake Lane Street and parking improvements.
I do have some questions, if we could. So I looked at the kind of the spreadsheet of the assessments, and I understand that we're not dealing with those directly tonight, and so we don't necessarily have to answer this tonight, but I would like to make sure that we do get the answers, whether they be tonight or somewhere between now and the assessment hearing, to understand the formula or the rationale behind how the assessments were set. There is a standard formula, and then there is a reduction percentage in the spreadsheet, and the reduction percentage varies by the parcel. And I would like to understand why some have a very significant reduction, others don't. I think, in fairness to the property owners and just so that we understand and can make good decisions, I think we need to know kind of the basis for the assessments that we're planning on ordering.
Yeah, we were, I don't know if you want to speak to that, Doug, but we'll be providing that information between now and the assessment hearing with the property owners and with the council.
Yes, we'd be happy to share that. It's somewhat complex, but we'll try to give out the actual report and try to put the rationale in simple language. So it's based on size and shapes, and we'll take a good shot at getting that information out.
Thank you. And I guess my only other request in that respect is that there be, sooner is better, so we have time to study it, ask any questions, and if there's any follow-up research that we'd like to get done, just have time to do that so we don't delay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. If there's no other questions, can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution ordering the improvements of Stage 2 of the construction plans, approving plans and specifications, and ordering advertisement for bids for Steiger Lake Lane, street and parking improvements.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Kara, next item.
So the next motion would be approving a resolution declaring the cost to be assessed, ordering preparation of proposed assessment for Stage 2 only we're talking about now, and calling for a hearing on the proposed assessment. That hearing would be held on May 14th, and as noted, we'll provide some additional information to the council and the property owners after this meeting.
Can I get the motion?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution declaring cost to be assessed, ordering preparation of proposal assessment for Stage 2, and calling for a hearing of proposed assessments for Steiger Lake Lane, street and parking improvements.
I'll second that. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Kara, does that close out the 5A?
Yes, it does.
All right, thank you. Moving on then, new business. Kara, your turn again. 6A, South Area Utility Extension.
So this agenda item is simply on the agenda tonight for council discussion. Staff's just looking to get some feedback as we work to set our priorities for what we should be working on. It's helpful to have council feedback along the way to see if you all think we should be working on something. And you're hearing about this a bit prematurely because the Lennar preliminary plat had been scheduled for the city council tonight for April 9th, but the planning commission tabled the preliminary plat for Lake Town 11th at their last council meeting, or at their last planning commission meeting. So you aren't going to be seeing that, I think, until the second meeting in April or the beginning of May. I'm not certain which date. But an issue came up in reviewing what they had submitted for preliminary plat for Lake Town 11th. So this is the land that Lennar owns south of their existing development. So Victoria Elementary School is right up here. So this. Can
we close the door?
I think.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this is the land that Lennar owns currently, and what is coming forward to the city is a preliminary plat for a portion of this property. And the original preliminary plat that they submitted, so this is that same land that was on the last slide, contemplated a connection to Marsh Lake Road in this location here. Now, this is the same location that has been contemplated for a connection for the Lennar development for dating back to when they first submitted a concept back in the 2000s. They had done some master planning for all the land that they owned. But as we're getting closer to actually looking at building this connection, we're finding some challenges associated with that from an engineering perspective. So if you've had an opportunity to drive Marsh Lake Road at all, and maybe I will just have us all drive it together. There's a fairly steep hill, and I don't think the Google Street View does a great job of showing the steepness of the hill. But so this is Marsh Lake Road coming off County Road 11, and this is the hill we're talking about here. So it is quite steep at this location, and the plans all contemplate this roadway connecting, somewhere in this area. And the grades of the Lennar property are dropping off quite considerably off Marsh Lake Road. So what's happening as they start to detail out the design is they're having to climb quite a bit of grade to match what the current Marsh Lake Road grade is. So having a road connection there from a topography perspective just isn't working all that well. It's also causing the sewer to be deeper than we would like it to be in order to make all these grades come together. So those issues were being grappled with behind the scenes among the engineers. But then we also were approached by this landowner. So this is the Schmieg farm. Julie Schmieg is here tonight, and she's been in front of the council before speaking about Marsh Lake Road. But it puts that location of the proposed road coming in right across from her driveway, where they have farm equipment coming in and out on occasion in this area, plus you end up with headlights shining right into their farmstead. So she had approached the city requesting that access be eliminated due to concerns that she was having. So we ended up through the comp plan and through the Marsh Lake Road process, we've been working on access spacing guidelines along Marsh Lake Road. And the comprehensive plan has been looking at transportation connectivity through this area as well as the south area of the area south of Marsh Lake Road. And this proposed location for Lennar is considered a secondary access. In a long-range plan, it would likely only be a right-in, right-out. So it's a pretty minor connection compared to the more significant connections that are contemplated both to the east and the west. So that's the background on that whole piece of this puzzle. The second piece of it is that through the detailed engineering work that has occurred by the developer's engineer for preliminary plat, we've concluded that the route for both the trunk sanitary sewer facility and the trunk water lines that we have to get through this area aren't going to come down this road. Again, back to this big hill at the top of the road, that would result in us putting these trunk utilities in deeper than we need to. So the preferred alignment for extending the trunk utilities would be to bring them through this part of the property outside of land that Lennar owns. So as the city begins to contemplate the prospect of extending utilities south of Marsh Lake Road, those utilities would need to come through this space. So what we started as at a staff level to start kicking around was with Lennar coming in with preliminary plat for a portion of this land and potentially moving forward with a final plat, moving towards having utilities extended down to here, it might make sense for staff to start looking at, once again, the cost of utility extensions to serve areas south of Marsh Lake Road, but also the prospect of moving forward with this street connection so that we could eliminate this connection point. We can't just eliminate this connection point without a secondary access because this is a whole lot of houses with only one way in and one way out. In terms of potential development of the parcels around this one, this parcel is owned by the same developer who developed the Meadows. So they might be looking at developing this little piece, but this property is currently farmed. I'm not aware of any immediate intentions on their part to develop and the Schmiegs aren't interested in having their land developed anytime soon. So I don't see a scenario where this connection occurs in the near term simply through a development process, since the Schmiegs aren't planning to go anywhere anytime soon. So then the other thing that I just want to bring to the council's attention, so this is the Lennar piece that we were talking about. The city staff has been approached by landowners outlined in this orange area that they are starting to want to sell their land, consider the sale of their land for development. So they are asking questions about at what point sanitary sewer and water would be available to this area. This is also the same area where the well siting study is underway, where we're looking at where we would locate our next well field, so wells 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then if you go back to previous presentations that I think I've had either through strategic planning or through some one-on-one sessions with the new council members, if we are looking to get down to our commercial and industrial districts, the city will need to extend sewer and water from this location down to this area in order for development to occur. From a sanitary sewer perspective, we run out of gravity at this location, so we do need to, in order to facilitate development in this area, a lift station would need to be constructed down by the railroad tracks with a force main running back up to this location right over here. So I've just babbled a whole lot of things, but what we're looking for from the city council is not any sort of action, but just head nods to the effect of whether staff should start looking at what this connection might cost to complete the road, extend utilities through this portion, how we might finance something like that, when we might recommend that something like that be programmed into a capital improvement plan. Obviously, then at some point we need to hire a consultant to complete preliminary design so we know where the road goes and so on and so forth, but that all would come back to city council for action before we would do anything other than staff work. And now I'll look to the city manager to see if I have anything to add.
You did well again. But I would add that the planning commission is now is going to approve the platting for Lake Town 11 in a couple weeks, and they have eliminated the bottom phase of it, which eliminates that little road connection she was talking about. So we probably have a couple of years till we get to that phase to figure out if we can put the road in that she was just talking about. So it should work out well, that we have time to figure out if there's a better alternative than that road at the top of the hill.
So if we don't need to do anything for a couple of years, is it worth spending staff time looking at rerouting this?
It is, because it's going to take, it's not something you're going to have done anytime soon. What kind of time fastest?
I think it's important to understand what our ability is to move forward with such a thing, so that if Lennar comes back to the city council with a preliminary plat for this third phase, we actually know what we're going to do about it.
And all you're asking us to do is say, go ahead, staff, do that. We're not going to hire consultants to do anything more. It's just
that would all come back
work?
to the city council, but it would just be staff time for Kelly and I to do some estimating and figure out how we could fund such a project should we decide to do one.
Because going forward with this, should we ever do that, and lacking a developer, we have to fund the construction of the road, correct? We would apply our assessment policy, so we'd be looking at, as an example, when we did 78th Street and Cochia, the city council deferred the assessments for that property until such time as the land developed, and then the developer ended up paying that assessment. This, of course, is going to be more complicated because land acquisition would be involved. So let me ask the question a different way. We have to take an alternative path because normally that would be totally funded, managed, driven by the developer. Lacking that, we have to do that.
Correct. And what we know here is that the landowner isn't interested in selling their land for development. So it isn't like we expect that that would happen in the next couple of years. And this is our key route. If the city wants to, if the property owners south of Marsh Lake Road want to have the ability to develop their property, the city would have to provide a sewer and water extension south of Marsh Lake Road for them to be able to do so.
But at the same time, the property owner of the farmhouse that this short road is aimed at owns some of the property over there, and we have the opportunity of
Correct.
maybe negotiating. It's in their best interest to not have that road coming right at their house.
Was this route
Are you
in the plans? You mentioned, was this a route that was considered for us an artery in the long-range plan?
Yes.
Okay, so this is not a new line that you draw on
No.
across the Schmieg's property?
Correct. And Doug's correct in noting that the Schmiegs own this parcel and this parcel. So we've had conversations with both the Schmiegs and the Simons to see whether they are comfortable with us having this conversation with the city council, since we're talking about their land. Of course, they would need to be a party to any process and any details of what that alignment might look like, similar to any other process we'd go through. But it seemed like a potential win-win for everyone if we can eliminate this location here, facilitate a project here. We would have utilities that much closer to our commercial industrial district, which I've long heard has been a priority to diversify the tax base. So,
Mr. Mayor, the idea here is to figure out how to do it, and when you actually spend the money to build it, it's clearly up to the council in the future.
So a couple questions. I heard you mention the Schmiegs. Did you say what level of interest the Simons have? Are they there for the long haul? Are they interested in developing? What are their thoughts?
The property is owned as a rental property, so I don't know how much I want to speak for them. I'm only speaking for Julie because she's here and has made her position very clear that she's not going anywhere anytime soon. But it's a rental property, so they aren't currently living there.
All right. And then, if I understand correctly, the Planning Commission is looking at approving the plating for the area circled in red as well as what's in blue.
So the Planning Commission essentially suggested to the developer that if they wanted to have the potential to get a Planning Commission recommendation for approval, they really should go back and remove Phase 3. So the developer has submitted a new preliminary plat. It came in on Friday. I haven't reviewed it yet, but it's red and some portion of the blue.
Okay. So.
And the Planning Commission will review that at their Planning Commission meeting.
And I take it that the other lots that are kind of ghosted in gray, that is undeveloped land and is not, there's no timetable on that. So that's where correct. Does all that traffic go then? If the red and the blue develops and there are no connections to Marsh Lake Road as part of that approval, where does it all go? How does it get out?
So what they're contemplating is just the preliminary plat. Their final plat they anticipate would be phased. So they maybe would just, and our submittal probably has a new phasing plan, but I haven't reviewed it yet. They would look at doing this first portion first, which has access in 3 different routes from Hackmore.
Okay, so there's
whatever road in this road is.
Eyeballing it, I'm going to say there's 30-ish lots in that red box.
With multiple access points. What staff has indicated, based on some feedback from the fire chief, the suggestion was that the next phase should really only be, should be limited to 30 lots until such time as a second access can be facilitated. So that's partially why we want to keep kind of moving forward with the process, because if we can't come up with a solution over here, I don't know that we can deny Lennar's right to access Marsh Lake Road through their property for them to continue to develop. But if we can come up with an alternative solution that's better for everyone in the time that that's in process, I think that could be in everybody's best interest.
Okay, but again, even in my focal point wasn't necessarily, it's, we've already got a fair amount of development and we've got a fair amount of traffic on Field and Red Fox and this all would, and Hackamore, and this all has to feed through those existing roads. And some of that is past the elementary school or other ways. So that's a little bit of a concern for me. And then the blue section only compounds that, and obviously you have the public safety issue in terms of access for emergency vehicles, et cetera. But it's all the other public safety issues about all that additional traffic dumping back through those existing neighborhoods and past the elementary school that are probably equally concerning to me. So just for the record. And then is there any thought, and I know we're very early on in the kind of discussions of the latest iteration of what Marsh Lake Road is going to look like, but are there any thoughts about lowering the height of that hill, bringing that for better sight lines, bringing that down a bit? Maybe in a future state that connection isn't as atrocious, or have you taken that into account?
That was another one of the problems that the Planning Commission had with this Phase 3 being included in the preliminary plat. There's so much uncertainty still around Marsh Lake Road that it felt a little bit premature. So in terms of Marsh Lake Road, the consultant isn't going to start working on the vertical profile until such time as we've actually agreed on a horizontal alignment and typical section. But I certainly think they'll be looking at seeing if there's a way that they can lower that hill at all. The challenge will be that these driveways are so close that if you're going to lower it, you can't suddenly give them a driveway they can't access or maintain. So they'll be trying to, this is a fixed condition that isn't going anywhere. There's some trees here we'd like to protect if possible.
Okay, understood.
So,
yeah. So the other thing then is the discussing the property south of Marsh Lake Road. I believe that's Laketown Township right now, so annexation would have to happen as part of that as well, correct?
Correct.
And then is the city legally obligated to make that utility connection at that point, or is that just, how does that work?
You're moving into planning territory slightly, but I'll do my best, and the attorney can jump in if I go rogue here. But we essentially end up working our way through a process. So landowners, people who have land in Laketown Township don't have development rights the same way that people do within the city limits. So under the orderly annexation agreement, if they want to develop their property and have the highest and best use out of their land, they need to be annexed into the city. So what you could do from a zoning perspective is very different if you're in the city compared to if you're in the township. So they can petition the city for annexation at whatever point they choose to. The city isn't obligated to provide utilities legally at any point in time, but they do need to be provided in order for the property to develop.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you're just looking for consensus, whether the council says go ahead and do these preliminaries and start gathering data?
Yeah.
Council, comments, questions?
Yep.
Yep.
Seems reasonable, yeah.
Yep, I think we're in agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Kara. Doug, next one is 6B, recordings.
Mr. Mayor, some time ago, I think in February last year, you started recording the workshop sessions, the Planning Commission, and other committees. And at the time you did that, the suggestion was you come back a year later to see the utilization of those recordings and whether you wanted to continue doing that. Of course, there's some cost in doing video and audio recordings of those other meetings. And the question to you tonight is, do you want to continue doing that for the budget, for the workshops and for the Planning Commission and for other committees, or not?
Council comments?
Personally, I thought it was helpful for the Park and Rec and the Finance to be audio recorded. I'm trying to see a cost on just audio recording.
Planning Commission was 1,900 for,
That was video and audio.
that's right. And I don't know that we have a audio.
Okay.
Kelly, can
It's
you help
pretty
me?
minimal, right?
No, there's really no cost to that,
Right.
just some, the staff time, but that's minimal.
And I don't, likewise, I don't think we have a detailed usage of it either. We don't know if exactly.
No, unfortunately, Gwen was looking into trying to get some statistics for how many views there were of planning commission meetings and budget workshops, both from within City Hall and outside, and when they were being watched, and she was unable to get that information, so we can still try and work to get that, but it was proving difficult.
Well, this is almost non-existent in terms of cost, $1,900 for the year?
Yeah, I move.
That's appears to be the cost in 17 to record 12 planning commission meetings, yes. So it would be similar this year, I would guess.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be willing to make a motion.
Please go ahead.
Can you bring that back up, please?
Yeah.
I move we continue the current practice for audio and video recordings of budget workshops, planning commission, and committee meetings.
Second.
It's second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item 6C, for people that didn't hear, that item's been moved to 14 May. Next item, Doug, this item is here. We've discussed this at length in the last council meeting. There was a procedural error I made. There was a motion to table this that failed. I should have called for a vote on the declaratory judgment. I didn't. Therefore, unless the council wants to discuss it again, what we needed to do is actually have since it was on the agenda, we actually need to have a vote. So at this point, let me open it up to do this properly. I move that we direct the interim city manager to work with the non-conflicted members of this council to hire outside counsel to aid us in seeking a declaratory judgment to resolve the legal fee payment issue for the defendants in the Funk et al. Versus O'Connor et al. Lawsuit. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
No.
Motion fails 3-2. You got it? Okay. That completes 7A. Doug, next one is you. Correspondence, please.
Mr. Mayor, I have one report for you. Just want to inform the council that I intend to pay two bills connected with the open meeting law legal action. One is a bill for $578.97 for preparing reports for the brief required, and the second bill is for $4,316.53 for legal services for the Supreme Court action. Just for information for the council, I intend to do that tomorrow.
Okay, anything else, Doug?
No.
Mr. Vos.
Mayor, I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Councilmember Crowley.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Striegel.
No report.
Councilmember Vogt.
Nothing.
Councilmember Gregory.
No report.
Actually, if I could take mine back, sorry.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to raise the attention, in case anybody missed it, that the county did take a vote on the proposed yard waste site, and I'd like to think, in part due to the actions of this council, has decided to not only not do the Arboretum site, which was opposed by pretty unanimously throughout residents of Victoria, but has decided overall to get out of the yard waste processing business and leave it to the individual municipalities and/or private sector. So I think that we chalk that one up as a win for the people.
Let me just add, that would be effective January of next year, so it will be available this summer.
But at the PV Road site.
Yes, where it is now. It's continuing exactly what we've had.
Right. Thank you.
Anything else?
Nothing. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. Just one quick thing. I had some discussions with residents. They suggested, as everybody well knows, there's been a lot of contention and discussion on the legal fees. Residents suggested that maybe we hold a town hall. So I'd like to ask Doug. I told the residents I'd be more than happy to go in a town hall. Doug, would you please contact the other council members to see if they're interested, and if so, we'll see if we can find a place, maybe at the rec center, and if there's more than a majority of the council, we'll do a notice because we'd all be in the same room. But kind of broach the subject that was brought to me and see if any other council members would like to participate and do a kind of an open forum, if you will, specifically related to residents asking questions. So I just wanted to put that out there. That's all I had at this point. Go ahead. I'm not sure what you're asking, Mr. Mayor. I assume if the council wanted to do that, we'd bring it back for a vote of the council to do that, or? Well, I've said to the residents, I will do that, but I think that invitation should be extended to the full council. So if the other council members wish to participate, or if the other council, I don't want to spring this on them. If they have other ideas on how to do this, the concept being, some residents have asked me to have a town hall. I'm more than happy to have a town hall. We're at the end of the meeting, John, but if your comments are brief, please.
Yeah, just for the
name and address for the record, please.
John Carlson, 752 Tillian Lane.
Thank you.
Just for the benefit of the council, I guess, and the process, just a question for your consideration about open meeting law and how that might come into play with any potential workshop. That's my point of coming forward.
Yep, and this is why, Doug, if other council members want to attend, we'd have to do a notice of the meeting. We'd make sure we check with Mr. Vos to make sure we cross the T's and dot the I's.
That's correct. You certainly can hold that, and if the rest of if two more of them want to be part of that, then we'd have to advertise it.
Right. So I don't want to unilaterally set this up. This was brought to me just a few days ago, so I want to put it out there. If you would talk with the other council members and see if we can find something that works. And that was it. So at this point, I move we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? We are adjourned.